it's fixed. I'm not hearing it right now. And as I said, the screen is going to stay the same as it was before. So, we'll be picking up shortly, actually. I just want to make sure everything's good. How do I sound? Everything's good, I hope. Okay. Okay. So now we have to figure out what we're going to do. Are we going to accept Sorcelay's deal and help him get the salt through, or are we going to reject it? Anna's almost always undecided. I'm shocked. So now I have to figure out if I want to transport the salt or just go to Hyzan and tell them about it. So let's see if there's a shop outside. Also, I kind of wonder what happens if we go back to, damn it, what was that place called? We fought there yesterday. Because we didn't absolutely burn it to the ground like we could have. Oh, cool, shop. Okay, as far as what I'm seeing, large oil jug. I'm guessing this splits out in a... Hey, welcome back. I'm guessing this splits out into a cross-shaped pattern. And if it does, then I know the perfect person for this. Alright, let's buy our accessories first. Actually, let's get this quality stuff. Did his kudos go up? I'm sorry. Let's reset this right here so I can see it. Oh well. So every time it says conviction goes up, I really wonder what they mean by that. Now I kind of want to go farm up some money. I know, no one told me to go buy all that stuff. So it's inside this house. Talk to the cat. Your convictions have been strengthened. Save this cat. Alright, so we found a quality stone. And speaking on a previous cutscene, I do kind of agree with Frederica because she was sent here on a political marriage and his kingdom fell, so she doesn't necessarily have to marry him. But I don't know. I wonder how Serenora feels about it. Because basically she said, hey, look, your kingdom's gone. I'm not feeling it anymore. So So this is his vassal. Okay. It is actually kind of curious how Hyzanth is supposed to be all about, oh yeah, you know, we share everything, no one's rich, but this guy is one of the richest people there. Sir Maxwell joined our army the moment we got news of Prince Roland's death. The timing is too convenient. I can't help but feel that there's something going on here. It's kind of like when you walk outside with your glasses on, and then suddenly you take your glasses off, and then wow, Superman is here. Wow, you can hear the vibration? Okay, let's see. Oh, we got some oak. That means it's time for another weapon upgrade. Alright. Of course you can eat. I mean, your town's not burnt. We got food. We got more food. Eat all you want. A red anklet. I wonder what that does. Nothing in the house. She's right. So it looks like we've explored every part of this town again. I have a feeling if this town was burnt to the ground, I wouldn't be finding all these items. I gotta find somebody who actually set their town on fire and ask them, like, what items they found. Okay, let's see. Oh, so the red anklet gives you an attack buff after you defeat an enemy. So, when I'm not farming with Anna, I can have her use the red anklet with a red scarf, and she can potentially be self-sufficient. So, the red scarf, she recovers HP when she defeats an enemy. If she defeats an enemy, she gets an attack buff for 3 turns. I'm liking this. I'm liking this. By the way, let me know if I'm coming in a little too low. Alright. How about now? Thank you. Okay, so we got a weapon upgrade. So it can be Benedict, Hasabara, or Azana. I like the idea of upgrading Azana's weapon, but I don't think I'm going to do that right now. Alright. Man, I just like Hasabara. Yeah, it's going to be Benedict. Okay, so what abilities he gets? Increase the effect of Raging Beast, and increase the effect of Bulwark. This guy definitely needs some speed. Hold on. Okay. So I finally got enough stone and iron. I'm going to take Surmount minus TP -1. So Surmount's free. Oh. These people got last names. Hold on. Alright. So let's see. Oh, she does not have a last name. That would make sense. So funnily enough, the eagle-eyed elder does not have a profile, so we don't know his name. I have a feeling he's going to join our team at some point, and he's probably going to be a buffer. Alright, let's do some upgrades. Sarano needs iron. Alright, we'll get him some iron. I'm wondering where we're going to get the superior stuff. Okay, so... Stone quality tower. He definitely could use the speed up here. Let's double check Raging Beast's effect first. Raging Beast, raise that ally's strength and magical attack for 3 turns. Range 0 to 4, height -10 to +10. It doesn't give us hard numbers on what it raises, but let's see what happens here. It just says the thing. It just says the same thing. So I'm just gonna guess we'll find out when we actually use it. We need to get some more quality fiber. Since we already upgraded this. going to take an extra turn of blind. We might finish Frederica's rank 1 and Saranoa's rank 1 actually. This. Has the same split. It's Timber Fighter, right? So that's Lionel, Picoletta, and does she need the HP right now? Who else? Iron Stone. We're gonna have to skip that for now. Alright, I think this is good. Let's go run one that real quick.
I'll do my best.
Understood.
We'll let Lionel finish them off. If we could. Seems the speed. Alright, speed is in line. So we'll give them both an evasion ring, and I'll give them an accuracy ring. Alright, let's start. So if I understand correctly, Anna should be able to solo this battle.
Time to take action. This is far from over.
My turn. A wasted effort.
Let us pry out their weakness. There is always a way.
My turn. It's over. A wasted effort.
You cannot impede progress!
A wasted effort.
Time to take action.
I shall try my level best.
My turn.
Whatever it takes.
You cannot impede progress!
That's the hard part. So, if Lionel does defeat a unit, he does need to be able to move afterward.
Ho ho! Go! Go!
I shall try my level best. It is time to strike.
Too.
I will end this. This victory is within reach. It's over.
Fortune smiles on Lionel!
Strike while the iron's hot. You've got this!
I shall make use of this.
Have you brought cork? Now to see what's up Lionel's sleeve. Gah, gah. Ah.
My turn.
Okay.
Allow victory is within reach. You won't escape.
I shall try my level best. We must stay vigilant.
I will end this.
Fortune
Strike.
smiles on Lionel.
This victory
Now
is
we
within
make our
reach.
riches.
Oh, right. Because of the... if I can have him
Not
do
done
the
yet.
finishing blow, and if I have him on the other side, he'll always be able to do it. Alright. That's the change in strategy.
Yeah. Perhaps we can strike a deal? Yeah.
Too slow. I didn't mean
Your
to let
orders?
you down.
Allow victory
Now
is
we
within
make
reach.
our riches.
Wait a second. So, do both of their effects activate?
This victory is within reach.
Lionel may.
Let us pry out their weakness. Just as I planned.
Yeah. Perhaps we can strike a deal?
Okay. So, we'll have Anna do it.
For Lionel.
Time to work. This victory
Now
is
we
within
make our
reach.
riches.
We're gonna go for that pincer, so... how should we do the placing?
This'll hurt.
Let us pry out their weakness.
He picked up the money.
There is always a way.
Time to work. You won't escape.
We may have gotten off on the wrong foot.
Alright, so we gotta let the bowman live. We gotta... No, actually. Yeah, we gotta let the bowman live. This one. So we can kill everyone else.
This is just business.
Your orders? This is the end.
There is no mercy on the battlefield. You were overconfident.
I messed up.
Oh, no.
Time to work.
Let us pry out their weakness.
Perhaps we can strike a deal?
I see a path to victory. We must stay vigilant.
This calls for wit.
Alright, how much money did we get? I think about 3,500? Ooh, no. 3050. How do I feel about this? Alright, we'll do one more real quick. So the reason why this is working the way it is, Benedict can pass the turn to somebody else. Julio can feed TP. Lionel's the person who's going to try to get the kills. And if he can't get the kills, he's at least going to be the person who gets the loot. And Anna can just do whatever on this map. Let's make it quick.
I'll take it from here. This is
You
far
have
from
my
over.
thanks. I will end this. A wasted effort.
I shall try my
So the thing
level
is, the
best.
enemy loves doing back attacks, and the enemy also loves when they get the chance to do pincer attacks. So I have Anna go out, show her back, so they can group up on her. Alright, we
obvious.
come out.
Too obvious.
Prophet comes to the prepared.
Whatever it takes.
Oh!
My turn.
And it kills the
Over.
healer.
There is no mercy on the battlefield.
Wait a second. Is the red anklet buff separate from the buff characters give?
Preparation is key.
Your orders?
Now, a deadly blow.
Allow me.
Now we make our riches.
You came, you missed.
Prophet comes to the prepared.
Oh, it just doesn't activate. Alright. So it's like a stacking buff, I think.
Ha
Time to take action.
You're open. I will end this. This is the end.
I shall try my level best.
It's no use.
This calls for wit. Our dealings are over.
I'll take it from here.
take it. Let's see.
Take this! Right on target.
Your orders? Yeah. This is the end.
Fortune smiles on Lionel.
I shall try my level best. Preparation is key.
Your orders? Victory is within reach. Shadows conceal me.
We may have gotten off on the wrong foot.
We can't hold out much longer. Here goes.
Perhaps we can strike a deal?
I shall try my level best.
It's no use. I still have so much left to do.
Oh, no.
Who does this?
This
I
is
struck
just
true.
business.
Let us pry out their weakness. This should do.
Lionel shall use this wisely.
It's no use. You've got this.
I shall make use of this.
Perhaps we can strike a deal?
Pick up the item.
Your orders?
I shall try my level best.
Yeah. What's that?
Now! We can't hold out much longer.
Time to work.
Oh, no. Our dealings are over.
My turn.
I shall try my level best.
This calls for wit.
My turn.
I see a path to victory. Now!
Ah! This calls for wit. This is just business.
Alright, that time we got 40-50. Definitely let Lionel go pick up the spoils. Alright. Was there anything else we were going to buy from the guy? Alright, let's go vote. Sorry for the delay, the way the game sets you up. These itinerant merchants, they're here for a short time, but only during this phase, so it's more of you go get your coin and get the stuff that you want now, or you just pass up on it until the next time you run into a guy. So let's see. Since our paths are about to split, let's call them out on their hypocrisy. Let's report it, but we know we're going to get into a fight when we get there.
Serenoa.
It just has to be that way. Oh, it seems that we didn't talk to the right people because we don't have the third option.
Moreover, a fair point.
What do you need? I wonder about that.
So the thing is, if I weren't streaming the game, the limit isn't that much of a limit because I could just sit here, grind up the money as much as I want and buy out the shop every single time. But that's why I decided to do more like off-stream grinding to make sure I have materials and money so that when I'm playing on stream, it's mostly just me going story to story instead of you watching me repeatedly doing the same map for money.
Yes, I see.
I guess I should rephrase it more like this. The shop is available during this very particular portion of the chapter, but when I'm not in town, I wouldn't have access to that shop. Like, let me show you what I mean. So, I can stop the voting at any time, walk out, talk to everyone in town if I want to. I can also take this time to go to camp. Because, like, there is no timer. But this guy, his stock will change. But also, if the next chapter picks up, that guy might not be there if I could come here. So, if I wanted to buy all this stuff, which I know I won't need everything, that's why I made it a point to get the accessories first, and the the quality materials. I got some healing, some stones, some jugs, but also I can go to the camp. The time is still like waiting for me to do whatever, and it still shows you, hey, you know, you got this vote to make. So I can go talk to all these people. I can do as many maps as I want. So I can still keep playing the game, but it's more of when these things happen. That's why I try to have a surplus of coin, so it runs a bit smoother. Because I can probably clear this map about 5 times in about 30 minutes. I can probably get about 20k, but during that time I could also be pushing the story forward, so people who want to see the story, they'll just see it happen. I just wanted to make sure to be clear about that. pretty sure I did talk to everyone though. I didn't talk to this guy enough before. Wow. Really? Okay. You get... It kind of feels like they didn't want me to take this option. We chose the path of pain, didn't we?
Then... Good point.
Alright, Anna, you're up.
Lord Saranoa.
Wow, it's just the lock.
Yes?
Alright, let the vote begin. Yo, you know what I actually wonder? I wonder if I can get everyone to flip sides.
It is time to cast our votes. Do we follow Sorslay's orders and smuggle salt across our borders, or do we take another path? Approach the scales of conviction with your token at the ready.
You've convinced me.
I agree wholeheartedly.
I agree. I have faith in you.
The scales of conviction will illuminate the path we've chosen.
Unanimous. I had some good arguments, didn't I?
The way forward is decided. We march to Hyzant and expose the minister's illicit dealings.
We're gonna get pelted by magic. It's gonna suck a little, because I like magic.
We have chosen our path. We shall head to Hyzant and alert them of Minister Sorslay's wrongdoings.
Now that we have a heading, we need only move forward. Let us make haste.
Indeed. No matter how perilous the road ahead may be, we must not falter.
Anna, begin the preparations.
Yes, sir.
Dwindling light. Completed.
In exchange for his aid, Sorsley orders House Wolfort to transport his illicit salt. Serenoa, however, intends to bring word of the minister's crimes to the holy state of Hyzant. In order to succeed, he must delve deep into the nation's internal affairs while avoiding Sorsley's notice.
Chapter 9, Part 2. Two Deserts End.
So you've decided to accept my proposal. A wise decision, Lord Serenoa.
As you have requested, none shall know of the salt's
But you are still too young for true wisdom, it seems.
He means, let us not speak of the obvious, my lord. It's prudent to speak as little as possible to prevent any unnecessary complications. One never knows who might be listening.
Fortune favored you with a capable retainer.
I beg your pardon, Minister, but I must entreat you to recall the aid you offered in exchange for ours.
I give you my word it shall be done. Booker, I'll leave the rest of the arrangements to you.
Yes, Minister. If you all will follow me into the antechamber, we may discuss the details further.
Oh, cool. We got 2 story points. And... didn't I mention something about that old guy? Let's see.
Got you right in my sights.
There are too many of them, Minister Archibald.
And flee we must. I'll hold him here, but you lot, retreat!
Minister Archibald!
No, this cannot be how it ends! Longjet drawbreath, my heart yet beats! This place shall not be my grave!
So the cycle of war and chaos begins anew. And once again, I must take up my bow. I've been watching you fight from afar, and I like what I see. Almost reminds me of myself in my younger days.
You flatter me.
Still, I doubt you'll emerge victorious. Without me on your side, that is. The name's Archibald. Allow me into your ranks, and you'll see. I can match men half my age, shot for shot.
I couldn't ask one so elderly to risk his life in battle.
This graybeard survived the Salt Iron War with naught but the bow at his back, I'll have you know. And my aim is just as sharp now as it was then. I haven't many years left, lad, and I'd like to spend them fighting for a just cause.
If that is what you wish, then I shall not refuse. We welcome your bow.
Archibald joins your forces. I believe they were mentioning earlier about Archibald. A legendary and intimidating archer. Deals more damage to distant targets. His bow boasts increased range. Oh. How much further does it go? I was thinking he was going to be a buffer, though. Oh, wait a second. He is here. Okay. Oh. He can ignore defense. He does more damage the further away they are. He has an AoE. I'm guessing it's like a shotgun spread. I wonder what second sight is. Alright. Where you at? Weapon damage, HP, accuracy, speed. Oh. I think I'm starting to see some synergy. So, she can bring the Tempest. She'll do more wind damage in a Tempest, and he'll do more physical damage in a Tempest. He can build a ladder so he can climb up, so he can have even more range. This is getting interesting. Okay. I believe everything else is still the same, right? So is the next bit of story.
What? Who would dare send an army to test our borders?
They are soldiers of House End, by all appearances.
Sorcery, you go too far too often of late.
Perhaps this means the rumors are true, Minister Cancel.
There is still nothing to conclusively prove End's involvement in illicit salt trading.
Which is why you must investigate. You are Hyzant's Minister of Domestic Affairs, are you not? The illicit salt market grows larger by the day, strangling our own trade.
Against one of the Saintly Seven, I can do nothing without the Hierophant's express permission.
Perhaps you cannot. But is there not another with plans already in motion?
Exham, you mean? Even so, I am not at liberty to act on naught more than a whim. I must prioritize our land's stability above all else.
I'm gonna think about which one I should do first, but I'll be right back.
So, I am queen. What should I do?
You should listen to the Archduke and obey.
Is that all the Archduke wants? An obedient wife? And here I thought the Esfrosti valued freedom.
So long as you must look to others, you do not deserve freedom. Freedom is a privilege, and only those with the strength to see their will realized are deserving of it. It is not given, it is taken. And it is not often taken easily. This I know.
I see. Thank you.
Next time you think to ask that question, answer it yourself.
Brother, Father, look over me until I find the strength I require.
What is Gustadolf thinking to marry a sniveling brat? No glory is worth her dismal company.
It is unacceptable. He should have let me deal with those obstinate boors in Glenbrook.
I really liked Avlora's message to Cordelia. She didn't know what she wanted to do, so she's like, hey, advice? Thought you guys, valued freedom. She's like, yeah, we do. But you're too weak to have freedom. Submit.
You've made a bargain with Minister Sorsley?
The appearance of one in any case. But we mustn't grow complacent.
Aye. One of his men wouldn't stop glowering at Benedict.
He may yet suspect our true motives. Nevertheless...
We shan't stray from the course we've decided upon, if that's what worries you. Tell them, Benedict.
Minister Sorsley has asked us to deliver unregulated salt to Esfrost by means of a secret route. We shall make it appear as though we are bound for the Grand Duchy, but in truth, we shall divert from the route and make for the capital of Hyzant.
I've already scouted the way. A shortcut through the ravine. Then you intend to use the illicit goods to prove Minister Sorsley's crimes to the Hierophant.
But will a little salt be enough to land one of the Saintly Seven in the dungeons? After all, he's influential and well-connected enough to have weathered unsavory accusations for years. If we don't present our case perfectly, we're apt to be the ones clapped in chains, not the other way around.
We only need get to the capital for our plan to succeed. The Saintly Seven may pretend they stand united, but there are cracks in that facade. If we but exert the right leverage, Sorsley will fall.
Indeed. Now then, we shall depart come midnight.
As you command.
Eridor!
Right you are. Quiet as a mouse I'll be.
Serenoa and his retinue depart the Citadel of the Sands under the cover of night, and make their way to the Hyzantian capital. They press onward through the moonless dark, guided by naught but the faintly flickering light of hope.
That is a good point, actually. Now that I'm thinking about it. So...
House Wolford means to betray me, you say? What leads you to believe this?
A chance sighting one of my vassals had of a suspicious woman, apparently poking around the path to the capital. From her description, there's no doubt she was none other than Anna of House Wolfort. The woman who serves, incidentally, at Benedict's right hand.
She is his creature. I see. Then they mean to bring evidence against me.
The danger is too great to be ignored, Minister.
Indeed. I trust you will take care of it before it becomes a problem.
Of course. I've sent soldiers that way already, and I shall join them shortly.
Like, there's strong suspicions that the Hierophant is actually dead. So, I really want to see how this is going to play out. I think we're going to make it to that point tonight, though.
Good. We haven't been followed.
No cause to relax just yet, milady. Moment you drop your guard is the moment the enemy's apt to strike. Ain't it, Benedict?
Indeed. This is where I would position soldiers for an ambush, were I to set a trap for us.
Aye. A hunter would have the upper hand here.
Let us scout the area to be safe.
Man, look at this terrain, though. Oh, cool. We found some more money. Up over here. Is that a flash? Okay, I see. To get poison. Ooh, what's this over here? Alright, let's double check the ground. I think we got everything, right? See any twinkles? No twinkles, no shines, no shimmers, no glimmers, no light. We talked to everyone. I think we got everything from this map. So, story time.
Have you found anything?
No, my lord. Only our own footprints.
Strange.
Few travel this path, but it is still traveled.
Someone must have covered their tracks.
Well, if it isn't House Wolfort's motley crew, imagine my surprise at finding you here. Whatever are you doing?
We were merely on our way to...
No need for pretense, my lord. Not when his life is forfeit for having discovered us.
I think you have it the wrong way around. Die.
So, can we do it? I really hope they don't have reinforcements, because this looked like it might be a lot. Oh, he gets to act twice per turn. So he's a rogue. His job is called Poisoner? Okay. He deals extra damage to those inflicted with status ailments. He's immune to sleep, immobility, fury, which means I can't provoke him. He's immune to temptation and instant death. Yeah, this is the boss. He can just give himself 1 TP for nothing. And he can throw poison. So I'm imagining he's going to stand on top of the cliff and he's going to take 1 turn to throw poison and charge TP, so when his next turn comes, he can throw poison and charge TP. If he does it like this, then he'd infinitely... well, he'd always be able to throw a poison a turn. But then at a certain point, he's going to have 4 TP and start double attacking by double throwing poison and just start cutting people up. What does Scorpion Tail mean? Alright. Oh, 46. Alright, so the Hyzantian Blade, we've seen these guys before. The Hyzantian Bowman, we've seen these guys before also. So, the Rogue. Okay. So they can spend 1 TP to jump up or down a wall. And they can throw knife. And they have their own shield bearers. So they can raise their physical defense, which is pretty high. So they're going to be weak to fire. Well, magic. And they got Shield Slam. I'm wondering if Shield Slam can knock you off the cliff. And they got 1 healer, so we better take care of that healer. And judging by the way things look, his team is mostly weak to magic. You don't really get a lot of magic users at this point, but you do have a fair amount. None of them have any weaknesses or resistances to a type of element, so you could just take it. These are the guys who are going to come like off the wall, I think, right? Rogues. Bowman. So it's probably better for us to fight our way to the right side of the map so we can have the high ground. And it'll delay the rogues and the bowmen, but this guy right here, he doesn't have the same movement options as those other people, but he does have a bit of range on him. And he can attack twice. Is this grass? Flammable. Freezable. Alright, so you could set the grass on fire and expand it out. And some characters are actually going to have a problem with the heights, so let's see. I think actually Anna's going to start at the bottom. Because as great as it would be. Let's see.
As you command.
The honor is mine.
I won't let you down.
Ready and willing.
Shall we?
I'll do my best.
But of course.
As you wish.
Right, we don't have Right of Tempest yet. Wait, Raging Winds. What's the weather? Freezing. Like, I do want to use some of these alternate units though. Okay. So I am going to take
I'll do my best.
Narv. Because he can heal and he has the ability to do the right stuff. Alright. So now we need to swap up some accessories. She's not going to get hit by ice. Wait a second. What's my team speed look like? I think speed isn't the issue. So if everyone here has a baseline of around 25. Oh, we're definitely getting outspent. didn't get any defense rings, did I? Okay. He's not coming to this battle. Alright, looks like everyone got their accessories. I actually wonder how the formula works. Alright, let's line them up. Actually, would it be better to have Anna fight them at the bottom? Okay. Let's start. Battle of Booker's Brigade.
You'll have to be cleverer than that to outwit me. Here! This is what you get for trying to make fools out of us.
We must put an end to this. Take them all down. Whatever it takes.
So we
let's do
this.
Is
For my lord. For my lord.
Your orders?
I did have a feeling he wasn't going to move. Well, what is that black line? Oh, I can actually poison him? We're actually going to hold our ground right here.
This battle is ours.
That's not good.
From this range.
Watch out for the archers up there!
Them taking the high ground puts us at a bit of a disadvantage.
There's nowhere to run once it starts raining arrows.
Defeat is not an option.
Yeah, I knew that. Let's just jump. Jump is 2. Don't want to over.
I shall try my level best. Let us steel our defenses.
Aye, I'll keep on then.
I hope you're watching, Grandfather.
This kid right here, he's gonna get hurt.
I shall do what I can. Victory goes to the quick.
So, we're giving Frederica some haste.
Delightful!
Come at me!
We're gonna pop Sprint.
Show me what you're made of.
But
For the greater good.
Dina's also gonna wait right here. So, my plan is to meet the rogues at the bottom and probably have Anna go up to finish the battle. So, the other team are going to go up to the top, and we're going to try to avoid the boss. So that means we're going to get pelted with arrows for a couple of rounds. And it's going to suck.
Maybe next time.
Let me show you what I've learned. With the powers in me.
You would have to be careful with this, though.
I'll take it from here.
The pot shots. Okay, let's see. 9 means we might be able to get rid of this unit.
Right on target.
We win.
For my lord. Every defense has a weakness.
My turn.
Now's my chance. Perfect.
That one miss, man.
Have another. Right on target.
This battle is ours.
Okay. So now we can have her to start to deal with the bowman.
Darkness engulfs you.
And we missed.
Ouch!
And he hits while
I'll do my
blinded.
utmost.
What? Okay. So people need healing. You can probably get away with not healing this turn.
This may hurt!
Defeat is not an option.
By creating a firewall, it's going to prevent them from moving in. Like, they still could if they really wanted to, but hopefully they won't.
Ready to see a spell? I've got it!
You're serious? Is this how we're going to lose our first healer? So, we're going to move over to Frederica. Okay. We're gonna hope Medina can survive this turn.
Be at ease.
Which means we're gonna hope
That'll
Gila
keep me
survives
going.
this.
You won't beat me!
I wonder. So it doesn't necessarily matter where I provoke.
Rah! Hurts, don't it?
I see a path to victory.
Okay. Gilles,
There is
it's your
always
turn.
a way.
This isn't good. Be at ease.
So we trap one guy
Every
in?
defense has a weakness. Well now.
I'm a fool.
That
I
does
fight
suck.
for peace.
Okay. I don't think I'm doing this right, but how much damage can I expect him to take from the fire? I'm just gonna hope it's enough.
Two ashes.
Ah, this can't be! Ah!
Ouch! Ah!
Oh, thank goodness she dodged that.
Ouch! Careful!
Time to take action.
She is so lucky. Okay, 10, 13, 14. Oh, it's not Sayonara's turn. Okay. What can Yulio do here? This is a tough choice. Alright. Yulio's going to attack. Yeah, we're going to see.
There!
Time to work.
Oh, she doesn't need surmount. She just runs up. But if she does use surmount, I can actually attack the bow. Okay.
Come get me. Victory is within reach.
Well now. Well now.
Oh, wow, his act again lets him move.
Looks like I shall have to kill you myself.
Great.
Bask in your final moments.
Use this!
You have my gratitude. This battle is ours.
Okay, so we can get rid of him, or we can Booker be blinded? Let's turn over. We get fine. Alright. We're going to take the big risk because this guy's too much of a threat to ignore. But at 31%. And I know I can't stop him from but we're getting rid of one unit. Alright. We're going to go for the blind.
From
Does
this
it hit? Alright, cool. At 31% it hit. He's blind.
I'll do my utmost. This one's for me. Here you go.
I owe ya.
Careful. Here I come.
Hold on, everyone!
This will help.
I did it! I cannot lose.
Okay, so we're going to spread the fire.
For myself.
Cool heads shall prevail. This is what I do.
We gotta hold this position, so
Keep fighting!
we just have to stay here.
This can't be! Ah!
Let us pry out their weakness.
Sloppy! I'll take you on! Ah!
Great, we missed.
Look at me learning.
Not a chance!
This can't be! Ah!
Careful! Cyrano!
I will end this.
Okay. That's how they want to play this? That's how we're gonna play this.
Ha! Sound strike. This is the end.
Whatever it takes.
Take that!
I'll have a go!
No true
Not a chance.
pain.
Ah!
Ah! That's delayed.
Wait your turn!
I hope you're watching, Grandfather.
I think we can use some stone here, right? Yeah, we're just going to use some stone.
I can do this!
The hunt is on.
You'll get no mercy from us. For the greater good. Get some bed rest.
We're not done here.
Cool, they leveled
I
up.
can use this for good.
An honor and a privilege to serve.
So she learned poison pellet. What is that? Uses a poison pellet to poison a single enemy? Oh! Wait! She uses a poison recovery pellet to poison an enemy. Alright. Her next skill's at 18. And Yulio had gotten... Nope, not yet. Okay, so now they're going to start making their way up.
I shall do what I can.
Yeah!
Follow my lead. I see a path to victory.
This is good.
You won't beat me!
We'll refresh the sprint
To
buff.
victory!
Oh, no!
Time to work.
Allow me. Sound strike. Allow me. Sound strike.
He's going to run away and shoot at her, isn't he? Oh, he didn't.
Ah!
Time to take action.
There you go.
Here!
Thank you.
I'm a fool. Maybe next time.
What is this?
Bask in your final moments.
Oh, since you moved up there, I guess I'm going to set that place on fire, aren't I?
Take that!
Ah!
I did it!
We've been weakened.
6. Okay. We're going to weaken him for Sereno. Sereno's going to
Follow my
finish
lead.
off.
Perish.
It isn't over yet.
So, let's see. We can try to refresh the debuff on Booker. We can blind the other Pokemon. But I really don't want to isolate her like that. Okay, let's see. Pico's turn it.
You'll get no mercy from us. My pride is my shield. Whatever it takes.
Sheila needs healing, so does Serena. Okay. So how should we do this? Alright, so we're going to use double light. So if the land's been charged, you can't set it on fire.
one's for me.
I think we can get away with another windstone, so let's see.
This one's for me.
Let us pry out their weakness.
Right, it's your turn.
We must stay vigilant.
It is.
I see the threads of battle more clearly.
We mustn't let our guard down.
Okay, can we blind him?
From this range. Ah!
We did know. So we're going to move her back here. So we're stalling the enemy forces while we get ready to make our big counterattack.
It's over. Come get me.
I'll take you on!
Oh, can't reach up that high, can I?
Now or never!
And now there's a fight over there. That guy's not going to live.
Ah, so beautiful. What is this?
Whoa!
Strike while the iron's hot.
Two-fold turn. Yeah. How will we do this? So we're just going to give her some extra TP so she can...
I'll hold fast here.
This helps. Thanks. I dodged. We mustn't lose heart.
Okay, so now we move over and we heal. He might need it more.
For one and all. That'll keep me going. Take that!
Defeat is not an option.
How should we do this, Sarah? Noah?
I need this.
Whatever it takes.
Double items. Healing for you.
Here you go. Thank you.
And healing for you.
Here you go.
The tides are turning.
I won't give in.
Let's see if we can force him to stay.
Not another step.
Nice, we can kill him.
I will end this.
Allow me.
I see a path to victory.
Well, he only has one more turn for poison. Let's see if we can spread that fire. We're going to need some oil. So, I showed him my back because I didn't want him to leave.
No true pain. That hit the mark.
I'll take you
when
on!
Anna's turn come up, she'll be able to finish him off. And we keep refreshing spray.
To victory!
You had the hard part starting from the bottom.
I'll take it from here. Take this! Perfect!
I dodged.
This isn't good.
So we're gonna have Gila move down so she can do an AoE heal.
I'm behind you.
Thank
Nice
you.
and safe.
Help me, please.
We're gonna turn them around.
Wind!
Oh, so the direction I'm attacking from, it turns you in the opposite direction. Okay. Because he was facing right, so I wanted him to turn left. But because I was from behind him, basically I have them show me their backs. Okay.
Count on me.
This kid needs him. Okay. We heal Nard.
Here you go. Thank you.
Then we move to stand in front of the guy for a back attack.
Then where shall we strike?
Freeze it. Freeze it. Grass. Okay, so we can't set the land he's currently standing on. Fire. Okay. Can we get rid of the bowman? Close. Okay. Well, how far can we delay this turn? 7? Okay.
Your orders?
This battle is ours.
So we can get rid of the healer.
Goodbye!
Have another!
Nice. Okay. Yeah, I should have turned my back towards the empty space. So let's see. Serenoa goes twice. But also, his turn is next.
This will serve well.
Sadly, Serenoa can't get behind Booker. really wish Sarah Noah could have made it, though.
From where shall we strike?
Alright, let's delay it.
I'll make this quick.
Follow my lead. I struck true.
I'll take you on! Come on! Gotcha!
Pardon me!
Maybe next time.
Just
strike while the iron's hot.
So, we're going to set him in the grass on fire.
Cool heads shall prevail.
Okay. So we're going to heal her. I think she would have been fine.
My apologies.
But better to be safe.
This is no true pain.
Back at you! I've gained new strength.
This is not good.
Impossible!
That hit the mark.
This is bad.
Yo, the kid survived. Okay. What is strength in numbers? Okay.
Ready to see a spell.
That's it. You're done.
Impossible. The numbers are on our side.
That may be, but sheer numbers will not defeat us.
I will suffer no cur who dare sully House N's good name.
I will end this.
This is the end.
You won't catch me.
We go into hiding?
Count on me.
Okay. Who's the next? I think Sarah Noah needs to be.
Here you go.
My thanks. This ends here!
No. I failed to stop them. I failed House End.
Here I come.
Okay, so let's see. Is he in fire? He's not in fire.
Take aim.
Got you stuck.
I'm afraid this may hurt.
I'll take you on!
Sprint again.
To victory!
Time to take action.
You're finished!
Shoot him.
Not a chance.
Cool heads shall prevail. Allow me. My growth is plain to see.
It is. So many characters leveled up during this fight.
I have to keep going.
Alright. Heal up, you
I
deserve
can
it.
heal too.
1,000 things.
This kid did a lot.
Whatever it takes.
Okay.
They leave me no choice.
Just stay right there.
Curses! Wait your turn!
This isn't good. From this range.
Enjoy yourself. Alright, let's see.
That seems
I'll
to
have
work.
a go.
I shall do what I can. Your wounds are healed.
We still got experience.
That'll keep me
to earn.
going.
Battle's almost done though.
I'll take it from here.
You've got this!
I shall make use of this.
Even though I don't need to use this, I definitely want to make it to that loop before it goes in. So, let's see.
I've been waiting for this! Show me what you're made of!
I have to keep going.
I'll do my utmost.
Yeah!
I struck true. That seemed to work.
Ah! Is that at 18? We're going to give it to you. Alright, so we're going to give the finishing blow to Anna. And, that's it. Really?
These foes are not to be trifled with. There is always a way.
I will end this.
It's over! Sound strike!
This will prove useful.
Oh, cool. So we got a crystal. Who uses crystal? Well, one job upgrade, one weapon upgrade. Excuse me for a moment.
Have mercy.
Victory is ours. Surely we needn't shed yet more blood.
We cannot spare him, my lady. Not when he knows what we intend to do.
He was complicit in the salt fraud, was he not? Perhaps he might agree to bear witness for us.
Yes, yes! I'll tell you everything. Whatever you wish.
Then let us attempt it.
Fools! You haven't won yet. Once I report to Minister Sorsley, he will crush your pathetic house.
You certainly took your time, Anna.
No more than was necessary.
Unfortunate. We'll have to find another witness.
His lips may have been sealed, but it's only a matter of time until this betrayal is discovered.
We must prove our case before that happens. Come, let us hurry to the capital.
After surviving an ambush at the hands of Sorsley's retainer, Booker, Serenoa and his retinue arrive at the Byzantian capital.
I thank you for bringing this matter to my attention. That said, salt makes for poor evidence. There's simply no way of telling legitimate goods apart from illicit ones.
Surely, as Minister of Domestic Affairs, rumor of Sorsley's illegal salt trade has reached you.
Rumor, yes, but nothing more. From foreign sources, no less. I cannot help wondering if these rumors are more intended to drive a wedge between us and Sorsley, and in doing so, throw our land into chaos. Not that I would question the honorable intentions of House Wolfort, of course.
I understand you have good reason to doubt in your position, Minister Kamsel.
But weeding out corruption is a duty that falls to House Farrant. If you find anything else, pray, inform me at once.
Of course.
So, he wants us to bring him further evidence before agreeing to aid us. Even one of the Saintly Seven can only act upon the surest foundation, it seems.
Two Deserts End. Completed.
House Wolfort, eager to report House N's illicit dealings to Hyzant, rebuffs an attack from Booker, Sorsley's loyal assistant, and gains entry to the city. Alas, Kamsel, one of the Saintly Seven, informs them that charges cannot be brought without hard evidence of Sorsley's misdeeds.
Chapter 10, Part 1, In Shadow's Suspicion.
I see the salt matter is being addressed.
Exactly as you predicted, no less. I never expected House Wolfort to so much as entertain the idea.
The Wolforts are formidable,
always striving to do the right thing. Which is also what makes him so easy to manage.
What are you scheming now?
Scheming? You make it sound so scandalous. All I do for our beloved Hyzant.
Do not play the fool. I know Minister Edor has taken notice of you. You would do well not to let it go to your head. I certainly cannot bring myself to admire the man.
Oh, why ever not?
'Tis not worth going into detail. Suffice to say, I would not mourn him should some grave impropriety come to light.
Then, for now, let us gleefully await the Wolfort's next move.
Man, what do you guys think so far? Okay, so we got 2 character stories, but let's do the side story first, then we'll get into the character stories. Okay.
Well, if it isn't Tenebris. Gloomy as ever, I see.
Minister Sorsley, I see you are in high spirits.
And why shouldn't I be? House Wolfort is ferrying my salt as we speak. An illustrious house from the Salt Iron War trying to win my favor. It's laughable.
But can they succeed, being as ignorant to the circumstances as they are?
If they fail, I simply lay the blame upon them and see their house duly punished. I shall gain merit in place of money.
I did not take you for an optimist. Or have you forgotten of Exham and Camsel's suspicions?
You speak as if it were my problem alone, my dear Tenebris.
Do not misunderstand. It is because we are tarred with the same brush that I have come to warn you. Your dealings of late have grown, perhaps overly so. You would make an enemy of the other saints, should they notice.
And would you too turn against me, Tenebris?
Most certainly not. Our fates are tied.
Good. Now leave me.
Pray, be careful, Minister.
What need have I for caution? I have never failed, nor will I ever.
So, when it comes to the side stuff and leveling, it's the stuff I was mentioning that I can grind out. That's talking to this lady right here. So, from what I've noticed, you can gun it straight through the story. You're gonna have a hell of a time, but you can attempt that. So, from what it seems like, they want you to go through the story in parts, then have you come back to the mental mock battles to level up and get resources. I'm pretty sure you noticed that they were saying, oh yeah, this mission wants you to have this kind of level squad, and most of the squad units don't even meet that threshold, but Anna does. We'll come back here though. Let's do the side stories real quick.
That should do it. You should be able to use that arm just fine in no time.
Many thanks, lad. You truly are a talented one. My apologies for treating you like an intruder the other day.
Think nothing of it, my good man. If you need anything else, I'm more than happy to help.
Your magic never ceases to amaze. Did you learn everything from your grandfather?
You bet I did. The Archmage Grandante taught me everything I know.
Grandante. There's something I've been meaning to ask you, Narv.
Ask away.
I was in Hyzand for a short time, studying at the Ministry. No doubt you know it's considered the greatest authority in this world when it comes to matters arcane. Their library contains everything from records of magically enhanced soldiers to technical tomes and much, much more. Their chronicles on the history of magic, too, were the most comprehensive in our realm. And yet, I do not recall seeing even a single mention of a mage named Grandante. One would think the achievements of such a powerful sorcerer would be recorded somewhere. Why are they not?
Those awful Hyzantians. Truly, they have no shame.
Narv?
The chronicles you speak of? In truth, they were written by my grandfather's own hand.
What? But then why is he not credited by name?
He refused to do the research the former Hierophant ordered of him, and was branded a heretic and unbeliever. They erased his name and achievements from the records, and made it like he never existed at all. He was then banished from the city and died in exile, his name all but forgotten. It's all their fault no one knows of the Archmage Grandante.
I had no idea.
These robes I wear were once his. They're the only remaining proof that he once walked this realm.
So you carry his memory with you everywhere you go?
I promised myself I would make the Archmage Grandante's name known around the world. So I'm going to work harder than I've ever worked before, until all in the realm know his story. And in the process, I'll become the greatest mage this world has ever seen.
That's the spirit.
Thanks, Gila. Just you watch, Grandfather. I'm going to make you proud.
Hyzand. So, they took this boy's grandfather's work and kicked him out. And unpersoned him. Man. Seems like that's always been going on throughout history, hasn't it? Alright, next one.
By the goddess, if it isn't my savior, I am truly in your debt.
I remember you. I treated you at the Ministry that day.
I feared it was the end, but thanks to you, I yet live.
I was not alone in treating you. And I am happy to see you well.
I hear tell the infirmary was overwhelmed that day. How fortunate the other man was a Rosellan. Never have I felt more blessed to belong to the goddess's flock. Praise be the goddess. May her blessings rain upon you.
I do not mean to pry, but was that...
Yes. It is he who survived, at the expense of the Rosellan man's life. Had we treated the Rosellan first, we might have saved them both. But I could not find the courage to disobey orders.
And, in the eyes of the faithful, you acted in accordance with the goddess's teachings. Denying medical treatment to non-believers is Certainly one way for the Holy One to breed loyalty amongst Hyzant's subjects.
Be that as it may, if only I'd had the courage of my convictions. The courage to give both their lives equal weight.
It is hard for one drop to alter the current.
So it is. Nevertheless, I wish to try.
Man, I really feel for her because this was more about ethics versus duty. She could have saved them both, but because of her duty, because of the religion, it stated that the Rosellans were lesser, so they were to be seen after. So the other guy got seen first and he got healed. I really want to know what's going on with the Rosellans in this game. Okay. At least for now. Let's go to camp. Let's see if we got anything new in here. Surprisingly enough, we didn't get a new ally for the last couple of chapters, had we? You know what? Now that I'm looking at it, it's starting to make me wonder, do we have all the characters we're getting for this campaign? Okay, so if we upgrade Narv, we'll be able to get we'll be able to get wind or lightning damage up. But we're going to upgrade Gila's weapon. So we can increase the duration of haste or the effect of haste. Okay. Well, what's next? Did we get any new items in the shop? No new items. Okay. And fiber, stone, timber, fiber, stone. I highly doubt this is the case, but if there's 3 more mental mock battles, the next one should give us iron. then the one after that might be more coin. We'll worry about that later. Let's just make sure. Alright, story time.
Sorcelet may well come to end us once he hears of our allegations. There is no turning back now. We must move swiftly.
So how shall we proceed?
We must provide hard evidence, as Minister Camsell requested.
And I wish to be named Archduke of Esfrost. Does he understand what he asks of us? We have no leads.
Salt is a well-regulated commodity, and numbers do not lie. If this illicit trade exists, someone will have altered the ledgers.
Of course. We'll gather what information we can on Sorcelet until the evidence we seek reveals itself. Let us canvass the town and see what we find.
Agreed. We should split up and search for clues.
It's been a while since we've been in this town. It looks like I'm going to be grinding some money soon. Okay. Alright, so there's rumors. Too bad I had a lie to that guy. Oh, what's up here? So we're going to raid Sorcelet's camp, it sounds like. Oh yeah, what's inside of this place? Three fibers and 1,000 coins. this place. Okay. Oh, okay, cool. I thought that was gonna end me right there. So, dig around town and get some concrete evidence and then present it to Claris. Alright, we can do that. Although, I'm not sure how much of that's gonna get done today. We might be able to push another chapter. Vessel. They have a night ship. Okay. The Saintly Seven have been recognized by the goddess of salt herself. Is that like her official title? And are tasked with leading the faithful of Hyzant. Atop this order sits the Holy One, who enjoys the privilege of hearing the goddess speak in her own words. The Holy One then disseminates her words to the Saintly Seven, who hand them down to the people, thus granting the Holy State her blessings. I, of course, take pride in the uniquely superior construction of our society. But how do you, as an outsider, find it? Systems of rules are not so easily compared. They are the result of choices made by people over the arc of their shared history. I agree. Ah, yes, a sincere and logical argument on the surface. Yet, we need but scratch at it to reveal the rot within. These other nations you speak of, they are meaningless pits of suffering in which the people and their sordid histories are trapped. The only ones who can lead the people to prosperity and happiness are those who have been chosen by the goddess herself, the Holy One, and the Saintly Seven. Yes, so your dogma tells us, though I think you'll find that it does not account for human nature, which is not so easily controlled. Kind of understand. Oh, that's Lila, right? So, Ryla's secretary would have some notes, possibly. Man, look at that picture. I wonder if everyone has some sort of image. Let's see. And chances are we're going to have to sneak in through the far end. I have a secret ledger for salt shipments. Does that sound familiar? Ah man, talking to people multiple times actually feels somewhat rewarding. Okay. As for us boasts their freedom from the mountaintops, yet you only see the rich and powerful that rise to the top of the wretched duchy. While here in Hyzant all are equal under the goddess's watchful eye, and all may live in peace. I scarcely need to ask, but which nation, in your estimation, has the right of it? So, is the guy asking you to brag at him? So, considering recent events, Glenbrook was taken over by Esfrost. Esfrost has a very steep class difference because of the amount of wealth that the people on the top have, while Hyzant has something kind of similar, but it doesn't seem like the people at the bottom are worse than the people slightly above them. It kind of feels like there's just like two tiers where you're like upper bottom or lower top, something like that. I'll just tell him his Hyzant stuff. That's what he want to hear. Having said that, equality yet escapes you. Your treatment of the Roselle must change if your society is truly equitable. Ah, but only the most righteous may serve her blessings. Surely you do not argue that those criminals are worthy. And they are unbelievers besides. To treat them with kindness would be even a greater sin than those who've already committed against her. What did they do? Might I add, in holding such beliefs, you may as well be in line to receive the same punishment yourself. Mind your words, sir. Man. Oh, there's the cat. So they tell me to write a letter. I get told I can go read the documents. Huh. Can I go in here? Okay. This place is done, I guess. Oh, right. The rumor. That's who we're talking with. Okay, so he definitely has a secret ledger. Because he's skimming from the top. We're told we can check the investigation notes. We're told to send some guy a letter, and we are told we can't go into a place. And at the moment, the shop's closed, so we'll just conclude it here. 1 second.
What news? Have you learned anything?
Sorsley is shrewd. He'll not reveal his true colors so easily.
Nothing can remain hidden indefinitely. A thorough review of the testimony shall show us the truth.
Benedict is right. Let us review what we know to be true.
Lord Serenoa, what does the evidence at hand suggest? Let us begin with Sorsley himself. What is his crime?
Why is one of the options a lock? He sold illicit salt by skimming from the top. That's what we get so far. So it's kind of like...
He sold illicit salt.
Of that there can be no doubt. One of Hyzant's own Saintly Seven is a traitor.
If we cannot secure the help of the remaining saints, we've no choice but to present our case directly to the Hierophant. Doing so will require incontrovertible proof of Sorslay's improprieties.
There were irregular salt shipments. If we press him from that angle...
The shipments were irregular, but what's the product? I reckon you couldn't tell from looking at it. And a pile of salt won't prove our case.
Now then, let us focus on where we might find the evidence we need.
By which you mean Sorslay's encampment?
Precisely. Not the one at the Citadel of the Sands, so far from the source. Right here, in the capital.
I know its location.
There is no doubt in my mind that Sorsley was engaged in illegal salt sales.
We know there were unscheduled shipments of salt, but that alone is not a crime, nor can we prove the salt was tainted.
End's encampment is our primary target, then. But it's too dangerous to get near, let alone inside.
Despite our best efforts, I'm afraid we haven't evidence enough to confront him over his crimes.
And Sorsley will find us out soon enough, if he hasn't already.
Time is of the essence, then. What is our next move?
Though we lack proof, we'd best raise the issue with Camsel once more.
In the shadows of suspicion, completed. It kind of feels like they wanted me to say the secret ledger, but I didn't say the secret ledger.
Serenoa and his retinue know House End is involved in the illicit salt trade, yet fail to secure any solid evidence to back up their claims. Their position growing tenuous, House Wolffort makes a reckless bid to persuade Camsel, Minister of Domestic Affairs, to levy charges.
Chapter 10, Part 2. Axe Me Not. Did I say axe? Ask.
Minister Camsel will join our cause, won't he?
It's hard to be sure, but we must press our case and have faith. That is all that is in our power to do.
You! Are you House End's dogs?
A messenger, my lord, from the palace. I seek Lord Serenoa Wolffort.
You have found him.
Lord Wolffort, you have been accused of coercing Minister Sorsley End unto unlawful acts. Your presence is required at the palace so the Holy One may question you.
House End is the guilty party, not Serenoa.
If you've testimony to give, you are welcome to stand witness at the trial.
My lord, this may be a good opportunity to bring our case directly to the Hierophant and the other powerful entities of Hyzant. I expect the Saintly Seven are not of one mind on this matter. If you can persuade some of the ministers to side with us, Sorsley will have nowhere to run.
Perhaps. Or you could end up the one with his head on the chopping block, Serenoa.
Even so, we cannot make an enemy of Hyzant, else we truly will be alone. I must stand trial, plead my case to the Holy One and the Saintly Seven, and hope that they believe me.
You've been summoned to the palace, Minister Kamsel. The Holy One is to hear the accusations against Minister End and question House Wolfort.
Very well. So, Sorsley has made the first move. Serenora must not have been able to secure evidence against him after all. But order cannot truly be restored simply by sentencing House Wolfort. I must make of this opportunity what I can.
So there is to be a trial. I see.
The Holy One requires the presence of the Saintly Seven immediately.
And here I thought you nearly had him, Wolfort. Did I overestimate you? No matter. There is more than one way to trap a greedy boar. Now then, who will be best put to the task?
The inquiry of House Wolfort, stood accused by Minister Sorsley End, will hereby commence. We of the Saintly Seven will preside over this trial. Serenora Wolfort, you stand before the Holy One. Do you swear by the goddess to speak the truth?
I swear.
Answer the Saintly Seven's questions to prove Sorsley's guilt.
Minister Exham Marshal, you may begin the proceedings.
We know Minister Sorsley quite well, having worked with him for these long years. But we know comparatively little of you, Lord Serenoa. Therefore, we must first determine whether you are worthy of our trust. Surely you have not forgotten his position among the Saintly Seven of the Holy State of Hyzant?
I would never forget, but...
Then why do you lay these accusations at Sorsley's feet? As one of the Saintly Seven, he speaks with the voice of the goddess herself. Your actions undermine the goddess's ordained order. I have nothing further to ask.
Next, Minister Kamsel Farrant will make his inquiries.
You must understand the difficult position you have put us in, sauntering into our home to denounce one of our own. We are a welcoming people, and so must be wary of those who seek to take advantage of our open hearts. If a stranger came to you with unfounded accusations against one of your people, I doubt you would take him at his word. Have you any proof of the foul deeds you claim have taken place in our land?
I have a witness who has seen the salt being transported. One of the guards at the source.
Oh, one of our citizens. Any entrusted to protect the source must swear an oath of honesty to the goddess before assuming duty. Well then, it seems we ought to consider the matter a little further. I have nothing more to ask.
Minister Tenebris, if you would.
It isn't strange that lay people would fail to grasp the goddess's infinite wisdom. We seven, however, do understand her will. For most, our teachings are the only way they know how to live according to her plan. It is moot to judge Sorsley, one of the seven, based on evidence brought against him by a layperson, no matter what that evidence may be. Unless you have testimony from one who understands the goddess's will, there is simply nothing we can do.
Lord Claris of the Consortium is the one who informed me of Sorslay's secret ledger. If you cannot believe me, you must at least believe him.
Lord Claris is indeed a man of excellent character, but he is still a mere merchant. One whose heart is ruled by coin cannot possibly understand the goddess's will. I've no further questions.
Minister Lila Viscraft, ask your questions.
It is plain to me that Sorsley has indeed engaged in misconduct, namely bribery. Yet while I do not doubt he bribed an official of Glenbrook, what the bribe was for remains unclear. Perhaps you can shine some light on the matter, Lord Serenoa?
I believe he wished to ensure that word of the unlawful salt's destination would not travel.
Meaning that a powerful official in the Kingdom of Glenbrook was also complicit in this illicit trade. It would be possible to sell unlawful salt through all of Norzelia if one could ship it through Glenbrook. A secret worth its weight in gold indeed. I have no more questions.
I, Idor Delmira, will ask one final round of questions. I cannot deny, Lord Serenoa, that Sorsley can be foolish. But he is also dedicated to the goddess, and he has worked much good as one of the seven. Though he is not faultless by any means, I believe the goddess yet favors him. If we are to pass judgment on such a man, we must prove his guilt to the goddess herself. So let me ask you this, Serenoa Wolford. Where exactly are we to find such evidence against Sorsley End?
There must be some evidence in House End's encampment.
Ah, yes. The goddess would not be able to see into a place so stripped of faith. Perhaps we would be remiss not to search the encampment on her behalf. My questions are done. Now we will confer with one another. The Holy One will pass judgment after hearing our opinions. Serenoa Wolford, the Holy One has passed judgment. House Wolford is found to have spoken true. Therefore, we find House Wolford innocent and declare Sorsley End a traitor.
What?
Calm yourself. It seems the goddess has mercy yet to give you.
Praise her, and praise her wisdom. What mercy has she for me?
You will stand in combat against House Wolfort. Whomsoever emerges the victor will be cleansed of their sins.
Combat?
But your sins are indeed heavy, Sorsley. Therefore, we give this to House Wolfort.
I'm glad I didn't mess it up. What is the grounding amulet? Wait. So if we get hit by lightning, it disperses, I guess. Seems actually better than I thought. So, knockout. I think they said they wanted us to be 17, right? Okay, let's make a quick save. I kind of want to redo that. Will we see the Holy One?
It will be as the Hierophant has decreed. House End and House Wolfort will battle until the other falls. May the Goddess of Salt bestow her eternal mercy upon the victor.
Am I hearing this right? So guilty criminals get to walk free if they win?
We've no choice but to do as they say. It is what the goddess teaches.
And likely the outcome agreed upon by those who view Sorsley as a threat.
Whatever the case may be, we must fight, and we must win.
They are united in their desire to destroy me. And it is your fault. You will pay for this, Wolfort.
Let's hope this isn't too bad. We did fight this guy last time. Oh, wow, he can't be knocked out either. So he can just oh, it's a passive. Lowers the strength and magic attack of all enemies within a range. 2. Okay. Can't be paralyzed, silenced, or sleep. Great. Can't be tempted or instant death, and he has slumber stab. But he only goes once a turn. I highly doubt he's going to get reinforcements. He gets 7 units, we get 10? Wall jump. Okay. So, this is spikes, right? So essentially there's no way back, but these units can blow us off the stage. Okay. Let's take a second. I think we have Jobstone, right? So let's check something out real quick. If we were to promote somebody, who would be the best person to promote? Roland would be especially good for this fight with his pushback. We don't necessarily have to worry about Frederica at the moment. Oh, finding a way to heal status ailments. Okay. Increases the range of the first normal attack used in battle. After battle begins by 2. So, if her range was 4, her first attack would be 6. Oh, first normal attack. Okay. This definitely feels like a fight for Eridor. But we could also use Corrington to quarter off the enemies. Eridor, you get it.
Practice makes perfect.
Let's see. I don't think there were any weapon upgrades here. Give him a little bit more bulk. items. Okay, unit placement.
I'll give it a try.
Moving out.
She's been reliable for me. But items are expensive. Alright, we'll try this. So let's swap information. Let's see if we can make it work.
You seek my demise, do you? I, whose oversight of the source brought prosperity to this land?
Do not twist the truth to obfuscate your crimes.
It seems you've forgotten the goddess's will. Allow me to remind you.
Be on your guard, my lord. Desperate opponents are deadly, for they fight with reckless abandon.
Come then. Let us settle this in honest combat.
I will end this.
kind of wondering, what's their field of vision? Like, what's the field of vision like? So if I come over here... Actually, take cover.
You won't catch me.
How shall I destroy you?
Yeah,
forward.
Death from above! Close, but not quite. Impressed?
Let us pry out their weakness.
He's too far from it. Damn.
We must move fast.
I shall do what I can.
For one and all.
Thank you.
I'll give it my best. If I can just get over there.
This is why we took
There's
ladder.
more yet to learn.
I had a feeling something like this would happen.
Yeah. You won't beat me! Show me what you're made of.
Now then, to work. Let me cause some trouble. My
Now they'll
research
have to
bears fruit.
Try this.
Victory is within reach.
Oh, they're not asleep.
Victory is within reach.
Now then. I swear on House End of the Saintly Seven, I will win. I must win.
Too obvious. Too obvious.
I'll take this one.
What would Father do?
Let's get you back up.
I'll make this quick.
We win.
That hit the mark.
Let me heal your wounds.
Oh, so it's not the sorcery attack when the debuff happens. Okay.
For one and all.
Much better.
Your orders?
Too slow. That hit the mark. You've left yourself open. Ha-ha! For my kith and kin.
They're closing in. It will take more than this farce of a trial to destroy me. You will pay. You will all pay.
Cornered beasts are wont to lash out with surprising strength. Do not let your guard down just because you think Sorcelet is beaten.
You may have nothing left to lose, but neither do we. We will not relent until this is over. Victory must be ours.
I see a path to victory.
Gotta take the risk.
I think I'm done for.
So, it falls to me.
Can we save Benedict?
This will be of great use.
Alright.
A cold
Chain
wind
down.
blows. I'll take you on!
Hope to provoke works.
I'll be your shield!
Alright.
Look at me learning.
Works well enough.
Ah! I'll cut you down!
Your orders?
You've left yourself open.
Ha-ha!
This is the end.
Hello, B.
No. This is not the end of me. I refuse to allow it.
Let's see.
Let me heal your wounds.
4, 9, 11.
You misjudged me! We win.
Carefully. I'll make this quick.
We win.
I shall try my level best. We must move fast.
Does this mean Anna get 4 turns? I hope so.
So, it falls to me. Away with you!
You're open.
You've done it now! I'll take you on! I'll be your shield!
Cool. We got it.
You've done it now! You've done it now!
My turn.
You've left yourself open.
Just die already!
You're wide open! Have another!
Shall we begin?
Oh, she healed herself. It doesn't need that much. What's that?
For one and all.
Thank you.
Carefully. I'll make this quick.
Have another!
I see a path to victory.
And that's all of our QP. So...
Sloppy! Have another! I love the battlefield.
Where was I? My research bears fruit.
Who's next?
You won't beat me!
Hello, me.
Me too!
My turn. Try this.
Hello, me.
Try this.
Hello, me.
Alright. That battle wasn't so bad. We got a tier 2. So somebody can get promoted again. I think that somebody's Anna.
Victory goes to House Wolfort. Give thanks to the goddess for bestowing upon you her grace. This concludes your trial. Well fought, all of you.
To think the truth had to be proved through a test of strength.
It was the Hierophant's decree. None in Hyzant raise objections.
Ain't nothing to be ashamed of, my lord. After all, losing the battle would have meant losing our heads.
I suppose you are right.
Ask me not. Completed.
That same day, word spread throughout Hyzant of Sorsley End's demise, and that of House End along with him.
Chapter 10, Part 3. The Reward for Betrayal.
I understand Sorsley End is with the goddess now. What a pity.
He has been counted among the dead from the accident.
Keep spinning those lies, and soon they shall be tied around your neck. Though in truth, I'm surprised they've not done so already.
Are you not pleased, milady? Shall I inform Minister Edor?
Be my guest. Without me, all research grinds to a halt. My mind is without equal.
But of course, Minister, I was only teasing. Would it kill you to smile for once?
Be more aware of the words from your mouth. Remember, you are not but Edor's pawn.
Forgive me. Where are my manners? Now pray, return to your precious research. See that you complete it, for you know who.
I know full well who it serves. We're all pawns in the end.
So, Lord Serenoa, what shall you do now?
Well...
I shall speak plainly. The Holy One wishes to aid House Wolfort.
Thank you, Your Holiness.
Your house is known throughout all Norzelia, and rightly so, given the vital land you control.
It would be quite the blow if Esfrost's aggression spelled the end of your domain.
The Hierophant tells me a seat amongst the Saintly Seven shall be yours, should you desire it.
And I would not hesitate to accept it if it meant securing peace for my people.
Then perhaps we can find common ground. The Hierophant, however, has a concern.
I would hear it.
The Roselle living in your domain. They are descendants of the sinners who dwell at the source. That is their proper place. There they offer themselves to the goddess in the hopes they may one day atone for their sins. The Hierophant longs to see them return to their rightful home.
You would have me surrender them to you?
It is not my place to make demands. I am merely to deliver unto you the word of the Hierophant. And so I have done.
Serenoa, will you surrender the Roselle to Hyzant?
I don't know.
As you are doubtless aware, Lady Frederica, the vow of Lord Simon himself binds us to protect them. Alas, our house is not what it once was.
Is that a reason to cast aside its honor? My father, as well, likely had a hand in orchestrating their protection.
Ah, my friends, I apologize that we once again meet under dire circumstances. You face a difficult choice, one I do not envy. Have you decided?
Not yet. We will, you can be sure.
They've got us by the small ones, and they know it. They made this request full aware of our history.
Lest you misunderstand, allow me to illuminate your position. You are not the noble hawks you think yourselves to be. You are vultures, feeding off the scraps of Sorsley's corpse.
You've got some nerve.
I speak from experience when I say that the title of Saint is not to be worn lightly. Are you prepared?
Prepared? For what?
Doubtless you are aching to break free of your fetters, to take wing and soar. To do that, Blood must be spilled. The blood of enemy, friend, and self alike. Your freedom lies at the end of a trail of dead. If you are not prepared to make that journey, to endure that sacrifice, then cast aside your pretensions and grovel.
Grovel or bleed. Poor options, both.
The reward for betrayal completed.
In his time, Lord Simon protected the Roselle who fled Hyzant, and the village they established within the Wolfort domain. 30 years have passed since then. The Hierophant uses the illegal salt trade incident as leverage to demand those Roselle be sent to the source, where Hyzantian faith dictates they must reside. To secure the Hierophant's goodwill and the subsequent protection of House Wolfort, Serenoa has no other choice but to acquiesce. Thus, with House End ruined and a vacant position among the Saintly Seven to be filled, rumors of House Wolfort's ascendancy start sounding more credible than ever to the people of Hyzant.
Chapter 11. Oppression Under the Sun.
Lord Serenoa, I believe it may be in our best interest to turn over the Roselle after all.
But they fought so hard to escape Hyzant. They would never agree to return.
It would be a show of good faith to the Saintly Seven and secure House Wolfort's safety. If the situation calls for force, well, we must be prepared, to borrow Minister Exham's words.
I see. Give me time to think over the matter. Where is Frederica?
Oh, she left for the source with Prince Roland. She said she wanted to see where the Roselle lived for herself.
Ah, indeed. Byzantine law requires all Roselle to make their home at the source.
She is most troubled over this, Lord Serenoa. Please, if you could...
I understand. I will make for the source at once.
Okay, so I know what I want to do. I don't want to hand over the Roselle, but also, if I did hand over the Roselle, I'd probably have to hand over Frederica. While on the other hand, if I don't hand over the Roselle, it kind of feels like I'm going to have to fight my way out of Hyzant. Or at the very least, they won't give you aid. Tough choices. Excuse me for a moment.
Silvio Tellior, I presume?
Who might you be?
Someone who brings good tidings. An offer you may wish to consider.
I am ruined. Who would want to offer me anything?
It is Minister Edor's wish. Will you hear me out?
One of the Saintly Seven? Then you are Hyzantian.
My master is eager for your assistance, as you are quite close to House Wolfort.
Thalos, thank you for making the necessary arrangements.
No need to thank me. I am your Prime Minister, after all. I have made sure those with any power in Glenbrook understand their place. They will do as we command.
Then everything is in place. It is time.
Is there nothing I might do to aid you, brother?
If there were, I would tell you. And the consortium, Thalos?
Oh, I expect we shan't have any trouble from them. I have promised them a considerable sum to stay out of our way.
Good. Now it is just a waiting game. I wonder how long the Hyzantians will last.
Please, I'd only like to glimpse the goddess's sacred grounds for myself. It won't take but a moment.
That may be, but outsiders are not permitted into the source for such frivolities. And you are Roselyn. You ought to understand the teachings better than anyone.
Frederica.
Serenoa, forgive my impulsive behavior.
There's nothing to forgive. I too wish to learn more of the Roselyn Hyzant. Not knowing would make my decision easier, but still I feel I must.
Serenoa? From House Wolfort?
The very same. Lord Serenoa Wolfort. The one who will assume control of the salt trade in short order, as House End once did. To that end, we are here today for a preliminary inspection of the grounds.
So the rumors were true.
Well, are you refusing the newest addition to the Saintly Seven entry into the source?
Of course not. Please, right this way.
All right, you Roselyn wretches! Time for worship! Minister Edor of the Saintly Seven himself will be giving the sermon today. You should be thankful. Heed his word, and your sins shall be cleansed.
Roselle, do you know why you are imprisoned at the source, condemned to toil? It is because your ancestors committed the most heinous of sins. Long, long ago, they schemed to seize control of the salt that the goddess bequeathed to the people of Nozelia. They seized the source for themselves, wresting every last grain of salt from other peoples, desperate for the resource. Using the salt they hoarded as a shield, they terrorized the land, destroying any who stood against them in their thirst for domination. Fanned by their greed, the flames of war long ravaged our land. Countless innocents lost their lives. What a terrible, arrogant people! Their cursed souls dwell within you, their progeny, to this very day. Indeed, the proof is in the very color of your hair. The same red as the blood that flowed from their countless victims.
Our people sinned against the goddess. We are a detestable blight upon Norzelia.
Oh, goddess of salt, please, forgive us our sins. Forgive us.
Do not despair, for the goddess of salt is ever merciful and kind. She grants even the worst of sinners, even you, a chance to atone. That atonement will only come through hard work here at the source. By quenching this earth with your sweat, by giving your lives to this labor, your cursed souls will be cleansed and welcomed back to the goddess's side. Only then, when your sins have been washed away, can you hope to be reborn into a pure body and once again walk upon Norzelia. People of the Roselle, surrender your lives to the Source and give your thanks to the great goddess.
O goddess of salt, for you I give myself, stained with sin as I am, to the Source. Thank you for granting us the chance to atone.
Thank you. Thank you.
That is enough. Now take that gratitude and turn it toward your work.
I cannot believe what I'm seeing.
This is atonement? And the Roselle accept it as a fitting punishment? Even if that story Idor told is true, no sin warrants this kind of cruel retribution. Hyzant maintains control over Salt now. Are they then not guilty of the same crime?
You are right. But this is as the Goddess of Salt commands, is it not?
This place. It makes me feel bad because it's kind of like saying if you happen to not have the same exact looks as the people in power, you deserve to toil. Now I understand why his father did what he did. So, if Serenoa does accept the role in Saintly Seven, there is a chance he would be able to change the way things are going and the way they're treated. But because it's a part of the religion, it's not likely that it'll be allowed. I mean, no place is perfect. But they're sure as hell doing a good job at making Esfrost seem like the better place. It technically is. Technically. This place is depressing. And because I have a feeling there's going to be a new game plus, I know exactly what I'm doing there. Oh, it's up here. Oh. Their goddess kind of looks like Frederica. Their goddess is a Roselle? Like, when you get to look at them like this, it's pretty hard not to tell they look so similar.
This is more awful than I imagined.
Will you still send any Roselle in the Wolfort domain here? Force them into a life like this?
It
isn't right. It isn't just. I don't care that it would ensure our own safety.
Indeed. It would be unforgivable. What is just is constantly in flux depending on the circumstances. That said, protecting people is always the right thing to do. Wouldn't you agree, Serenoa?
I feel the same as you both, but...
My apologies. I didn't mean to place all the blame on you. Still, we continue stumbling on the path before us.
Serenoa and his retinue return to their domain, their every step weighed down by the heavy task Hyzant has placed upon them. Elsewhere, the newly restored kingdom of Glenbrook begins to take action under Queen Cordelia's leadership. The kingdom issues a joint proclamation with Esfrost against Hyzant, halting all trade and severing diplomatic ties with the Holy State.
Esfrost and Glenbrook signed an agreement denouncing Hyzant.
Word only just arrived, and it is no mere rumor. They've issued a formal proclamation.
Preposterous! Gustadolf must have forced Cordelia's hand. This is sure to make Hyzant cease salt shipments to the consortium. All this denouncement will do is hamstring Esfrost and Glenbrook both.
My brother, Gustadolf does not fight battles he cannot win. I'm certain this is part of some greater ploy.
I feel all of Norzelia stands on the precipice, but of what I cannot say.
Each nation is making its move. We too must take action to secure our position before it's too late.
By which you mean expelling the Roselle?
To protect the Wolfort domain and its people, no one would dare hold such actions against you. Lord Serenoa, you must make a decision.
I saw what it is truly like at the source. The Rosellan are forced into back-breaking labor. No decent man would condemn another to such a fate.
But if we refuse the Hierophant, we will face the same dire consequences as House End. Should that happen, the Roselle would still be lost, would they not?
Then you think it is right to sacrifice the Roselle to save Wolfort?
No one is saying it is right, but a decision must be made. We must prioritize our own survival. That much should be clear. And survive we shall, if we can secure Hyzant's aid. Unless you know of another way?
Serenoa, I beseech you, not as one with Roselle blood in her veins, but as a person, as a Wolfort. You cannot give up the Roselle to Hyzant.
I appreciate each of your arguments, but we cannot debate this forever. It is time to decide. Once more to the scales of conviction.
Wait a minute. I can't go outside. Oh, damn. It would totally suck to end the stream without making the choice. So, I'm gonna make the choice. We're not going to go into another battle, but we're almost done here. Okay, so we can buy 2 Medal of Braveries. That's the tier 2 ones. And we can get some upgrade materials. Alright. And we could get some more lore bits. Let's get those medals. I mean, we'll earn this stuff, but let's see. Oh, it's the Medal of Valor. Okay. So, I have 3 Medals of Bravery. I have to choose 3 characters who can go up, which means 2 are left behind. Let's see. Oh! So... his gameplay is to set up a bunch of ice, then he can use Ice Tomb to take the ice on the ground and capture them. Well, not exactly capture them, but he'll crush them. And then the ground becomes neutral again. So... rolling can wait.
I hope I did not disappoint.
It is an honor to serve.
And weirdly enough, this lady has disappointed me quite a bit. But she gets to go up too.
Might I be of service?
Okay, let's see. So just about anyone who's got an upgrade, they get to get theirs. So stone, leather, silver, crystal. Alright. This is actually going to take me a bit of time to make all these choices, so we're going to skip that for now. Stone and iron. Yeah, I did say iron. Okay. Did the shops get anything new? I think it's just a replenishment. I don't know. Oh. Okay. Let me just make another save. Oh, can't. Okay. Okay. Here. I personally feel that I can't give up the Roselle. Looks like we chose hard mode again, didn't we?
What do you need?
Yes, I see. I require some time to think.
We must decide. Perhaps, but if so... Certainly not. However, I am decided.
Lord Saranoa.
Even so... If so... No. I must hear what the others think.
I wonder about that. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do.
It is time to cast our votes. We face a difficult decision. Do we surrender the Roselle living in our domain to Hyzant, or do we defy their orders? Approach the scales of conviction with your token at the ready.
On this, I cannot be swayed.
I agree wholeheartedly.
I cannot agree to this.
I have faith in you.
The scales of conviction will illuminate the path we've chosen. The way forward is decided. The Roselle are our people. We must shelter them even if it earns us Hyzant's ire. I suspected it would come to this. We have chosen our path, and now we must see it through. We will refuse to hand over the Roselle to Hyzant.
Oppressions under the sun completed. The choices this game make you choose, they've been pretty impressive. It kind of feels like I'm actually behind the seat of a nation with these kind of choices.
Serenoa and company move to protect the Rosellan settlement. Noble as it may be, such an act of defiance toward Hyzant risks inviting the destruction of House Wolfort itself.
Chapter 11, Part 2. Till the bitter end. My house is going to get...
Hyzant will no doubt wish to ask questions of us. We can draw out the negotiations and buy some time.
Time enough to find a way to break them.
We have to inform the Roselle of the situation here.
I'll send an envoy and have them sheltered in Castle Wolfort.
Lord Serenoa, come at once. An army marches on the Rosellan village.
You can't be serious.
Whose banner do they fly?
We know not.
And it matters not. We ride to their aid. Prepare for battle.
Why? Why attack our village?
Hierophant's orders were to return you to Hyzant.
Ha! Over my dead body!
Did Silvio accept our offer?
Indeed he did. One glimpse of the reward set him on his way to the Wolfort domain.
Then all is in order.
Care to wager how House Wolfort will respond?
Why bother? If they comply, we make use of them. If they resist, we crush them. Either way, we endure.
How ruthless of you.
Hey everyone, thank you for coming out and checking out Triangle Strategy and for hanging out with me. I'm really enjoying this game. The story really got me. It really did. So, I might be streaming it tomorrow after I'm done with all of my other business. Hope to see you again soon. Take care.